Evening all, how we doing? Yes, slightly different elevator music tonight. Laggy sensors. So yeah, so I'm pretty much there with that. I shall show you in a sec. Hopefully I'm a bit louder this time. The mic is slightly more in my face and the music is slightly lower. Yeah, we have a lot of birds around here. We're on the edge of a national park, so there's like birds galore. It's a little bit brighter in here today as well. I can't close the curtains in the office because the cat is sat on the curtains. One does not simply move a sleeping cat. Good, good. So, what have I been doing? Let's have a look. So my mind is a model at the moment. We've had almost a build a day over the past week. So we've been cracking out, fixing them bugs really, really quickly, which is nice. Although over the past couple of days, I've slowed right down working on one specific bug, which is the clients either having very slow sensor response or none at all on the long-range sensors. So what I'm doing, and we did touch on this a few streams ago, but I've looped back round to it now. And basically, it's similar to what I said on a previous stream, where we're now multicasting this RPC. So this runs on every client. And the reason we're doing that is because we need to generate data locally now, rather than passing it over the network. So if we're the server, so if we have authority, then we generate the data there and then with a live response. We then get the actual planets that are in that system, and then we get the last planet in that system, and then we get the semi-minor access of that to basically drive how wide the initial orrery map needs to be, because otherwise we're zoomed in either too far or too far out. So by getting the last planet in the system and using the semi-minor access of that, so the closest orbit, that gives us our kind of scale of that system for the Ori map, which just makes life a little bit easier and more convenient. And then we get the first object in that system, which is the star, and that's our default selected item. If we're the client, however, we generate the data and store it in a variable. So we generate the data here, generate, generally speaking, a procedural system. And then if this is true, then we broadcast that out to the rest of the game using a global event. So anything that's listening to that event will get a copy of whatever star system you've clicked on the sensors. So in theory, that should all be working now. There's a couple of issues with it though, as I will demonstrate. So the way all of this works is that when it generates the list of stars, it's generating a very, very tiny amount of data, and it's doing that because there's literally thousands of them. So as you're scrolling down the list, if we were generating the full star system for all of these, then you'd be waiting a week for it to finish, because that's a lot of data. So when we click on one, that's when it generates the data. So every time we click on it, it is generating the star system in the background. But because we're now doing it locally, and we're doing it technically before we update the UI, it should be generating a description here, and it's not. It's just coming up with a default bit of text. So that's one issue with it. The other issue is when you go into the system, it is generating it, so the data is there. But again, it's bringing up the default description because it hasn't properly selected the target. If I click on it, it updates fine. But if we just go into it with its default value, you can see that it's not generating anything. I have to physically click it to select it. So there's just two issues which need to be ironed out. Once that's done, we should have the client able to click on stuff just as quickly as the server can, with that all being generated locally now. Whew, that was a lot of words without breathing. So yeah, so that's practically done. It's difficult to debug this because when you run two clients locally, it never behaves like it would in a real networking environment. So it's one of these things where I have to do a bit of work on it, get it to a point, do a build, and then test it in the real world, just to see whether this is actually performing as it should. Case in point, the labels out of the window work fine if I'm testing it locally, but in an actual real world environment, the labels don't show up for the client. No idea why it works differently in the editor to a packaged game, but that's how these things tend to go. So almost done with this, and then we can tick that bug off as being fixed, which I'm very happy about because this one has been a bit of a nightmare. However, tonight I'm not going to work any more on that because it's frustrating trying to do multiplayer issues on stream. So instead, I'm going to fix the lift, and fix the doors on the lift specifically. And we'll probably add like an open and close control as well, so you can open the door without having to specifically request a deck. And for that, I need to be on the right level. I have two cats, Don, one of which is orange and is indeed called Garfield, because I couldn't have a fat orange tabby and not call him Garfield. I very much grew up on Garfield. In fact, Garfield was born in the same year as me, so I have quite an affinity to Garfield. 1978, in case anyone's wondering. Right, so lift. Oh yeah, I don't know if anyone saw this in recent builds, but I've added a couple more labels for the ship name. So we've got a label at the back there, label there, the main one on there, and I think that's hidden at the moment. Yeah, that one's hidden. I did try putting it up here on the nose, but it looked a bit weird. So I couldn't decide whether or not to have like that one hidden. So if we hide that a sec and then unhide that one. Yeah, so I was debating on whether or not to have it like this, where we've got a smaller name both fore and aft, or whether or not we go with the big circular name all the way around there. It's going to look a bit different, obviously, once we've got the hull plating on this. So I guess we'll have a look at the hull plating and see how it lines up nicely. But yeah, I kind of experimented with having it down here on the nose, but I don't know, it kind of looks a bit weird on the nose. Plus we're a little bit strapped for space there as well, so if someone types in a really stupidly long name, it's going to overflow. See, we immediately get the exact opposing opinion. Yeah, exactly, AJ, like you did. Perhaps it would be a nice idea to have multiple instances of potential placements, and have it as part of the customization, so you can choose where the labels go. So if I kind of slap the labels around everywhere, and then you can turn them on and off as desired, that might be the easier way of doing it. And then if you want the big writing, kind of this kind of the Star Trek style large writing on the hull, you can have it. And if you want more of a smaller military style, you can have that instead, or both. Do you mean the actual pop-up box there, Grayson? Because you can customize right-click to zoom in the accessibility options. I suppose, now that you bring it up, dialog box size across the board, as we add more dialogue to the game, is going to need some accessibility options. So short answer, yes, I'll add the ability to do that. Actually, I've got a funny story there, Kaji. On the Orville fan experience, which I worked on, it was actually me that put the lift music in the game, so I very much became Lieutenant Dan. In fact, I went to the effort of finding the exact same piece of music that they used on the show, and I put that in the lift, and it's still there to this day, I believe. Anyway, speaking of lifts, right, so the doors on this should have independent trigger volumes, basically, that are looking for the player, and they should either open when the player is stood in them, or not close when the player is stood in them. Which is how all the other doors on the ship work. So like this door here, for example, you'll see that if I turn that on, you can see that there's a trigger box around the door. So if that detects a player or like an NPC stood in this area, that the doors will not close. In fact, if they are closing and you enter this box, they will immediately start opening again. So it should be absolutely impossible for the doors to close on a player or an NPC. Now obviously none of that's been done for this lift, so that should not happen. So I basically need to copy what I did for this and roll that into the in the code for this. Fixing 2 bugs in the process. Right then, so let's get that opened. We need the master blueprint for that. I'll get rid of all these Galaxy ones. It does work, it's just fiddly and it won't play certain videos. I'll show you how it works because I need to update the UI so the UI makes a bit more sense. If you try and click on the URL box and paste something in before pressing add URL, then it won't work. It's not very intuitive. Poor UI design on my part. Or lazy UI design on my part. Right, let me just grab a random YouTube video a minute. Let's try and find something that's not going to get immediately copyright striked. I know. Let's have a bit of burp it, shall we? Right, so the proper way to use this is don't click that and try and paste something in, even though that's what it's telling you to do. Click add URL, and then you'll notice that the mouse has been captured. So if you then paste it in and just press enter or click away from it, then you'll find that it plays. However, not every video will play. So whilst I haven't worked out what makes them play and not play, but if I select like 10 to 20 videos, a couple of them will not work. But yeah, so that's how you do it. Click add URL first and then paste in the URL. And what I'm going to do in the future to actually make this work properly is I'll hide the URL box completely, just have an add URL button like in the middle there somewhere. So when you click it, it then gives you the paste box, just to remove any confusion, because I agree it's not intuitive in the slightest right now. Good point, AJ. I expect so. I've never actually tried just grabbing something straight from the clipboard, but yeah, we can give it a try. Yeah, at some point we're going to replace this with our own version of it. Right now we're using a third-party plugin to provide the functionality, which means we're stuck with the feature set that they've implemented, and there's very little control I can have over it. I mean, I've kind of crowbarred what we need into the system, like I've added the lighting and I've added the projection and everything. But fundamentally, the core YouTube API side is handled by a plugin. So we want to get rid of that and write our own, because I hate being tied to plugins. It's really annoying when part of your code base is owned by a third party that you have no control over. It's not a great position to be in. Right, so I need to kind of re-educate myself as to how I did this the first time round. So this is the door code as it stands. A bunch of this is to do with the electrical side of things, just making sure it has power, etc. The open and close is done with RPCs, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it's been such a long time that I've looked at this. So yeah, so what we're doing is we're sending RPCs, getting it replicated, and then bringing it back as a replicated event, which is where we set some replicated variables to ensure it all works in multiplayer. Nice and simples. Where we're going to have some issues expanding this is obviously all of this applies to a single door, and then we're working with 6 doors, I think. How many have we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 doors. Yeah, so we've got 5 doors worth of open and close to track. So when it comes to some of the tick events we're running, like this one, it's actually a timer rather than on tick. But basically, when this timer runs, it's checking for these states. So if we're on auto operation and the door has power, then we'll close the door, basically, or at least attempt to close the door. And what that does is it then checks the trigger boxes, and if any of those have any of these actors in them, then we will go nowhere and not close the door. If we're clear, nothing standing in the trigger box, then we'll go ahead and close the door. But again, we need to do that 5 times. Yeah, someone pasted something in Discord earlier saying that if you have the full URL to a prior live stream, you can actually watch the stream after the fact, just not while it's live. So you need to wait until it's finished and cached. I don't know whether that's a limit of the API or whether it's a limit of the plugin we're using, but it cannot do live streams, only over live streams. Yeah, absolutely, Caesar, I agree. Yeah, there's something the plugin does where it actually caches the stream on a third-party website first. So it converts the YouTube URL into a stream URL, which it then caches on the plugin author's website, which then streams to the engine. So there's this like intermediary step that it goes through. And of course, we have no control over that third-party side of it. And, you know, that makes me twitchy. I don't like that. So we definitely need to bring it all in-house. I think some 10-hour videos work. I'm sure I've tried a 10-hour video. Right, where do I want to start with this? That's the question. Let's have a look at what we're actually doing already. Nothing. Right, so let us... so we definitely absolutely need that. We'll build those functions in a sec. So unloading is complete. We search for our upstream cable, so we need that. and we'll power this from GDEC. So we'll have the GDEC distributor for the reactor room power the lift because it's the closest one, and it has 4 supply feeds, so which means the lift will, doesn't matter which quadrant loses power, the lift will keep working, which is what we want. So yep, we need to make that a variable, and we need to make that a variable, and that one. I'll probably create a separate function for handling the power state. Set that one to lift powered rather than door. And again, we're going to need one of these per deck. Sometime in 2026, Jack the Lad. Although obviously we'll be releasing iterative builds between now and then. Yeah, sometime between tomorrow and infinity. Okay, right, so let's start building some of this. So on begin play, we want to first of all do that. You shouldn't need to do any widgety stuff. Again, I'll create a larger macro for controlling showing and hiding of things. So, like when it's unpowered, we need to make sure that we hide the UI screens. And the other thing we need to do with Lift is when we have a no power event, the lift needs to basically stop at the very next deck and just open the door. At least until such a point as we have the ability to open doors. Right now we have no way of opening an unpowered door, so to stop people getting stuck in them, we'll just have the door open. Right, so we're missing an interface on here, yes. So let's just add a blueprint interface. There we are, which is electrical. Implement that. going to set these values the same as the normal doors, even though they do need to be higher. I just need to work out the math on what the resistance should be given the voltage we want the lift to operate at, because that controls wattage, etc. And we don't want it to cook the wires. So right now it's a 200 volt lift, which of course is very low, but we will update that once I've thought about the math. Right, so that aside, that should at least give us power. And then cable-wise, we need to make sure we're on the same feed as that box there, which, if I thought ahead, already has a cable for the lift. So that's reactor room lighting, that's reactor room hardware. Okay, so we've got the lighting, the hardware, this is basically like a bleed voltage that will go into the start capacitors to recharge them. Nothing there yet though. So I think what I'll do is I'll create the fourth one as the lift. Plug that in, and we'll make this one, guess, 2 kilovolts. Actually, no, it's madness. 240 should do it. Although again, once we look at actually, realistically what the the voltage and wattage should be for the lift, then we can update this accordingly. Right, then we need to create another cable. So obviously right now these aren't physically connected to anything, but they are logically connected. So they are actually doing their job. So we just need to make sure our names match, otherwise they won't work. So upstream would be interface 4. Just make sure that that is the case. 1, 2, 3, 4, and it's definitely plugged in. And then the downstream device is going to be the main crew lift. Right, so that takes care of that. I don't think these particular ones have their own unique device name. Are we actually using that for anything? No. But we'll set it anyway. So the device name, it would be main crew lift. So what we're doing here is we're logically connecting that cable to both the distributor box and the lift. So we're telling it what it's plugged into at each end and what interface it's plugged into. Obviously, if we get this wrong, then either it's not going to get power or power is going the wrong way. So by putting that there, it means that when the game starts, this cable will identify these devices by their name, and then that will start delivering voltage to this device via this blueprint interface. So every time it ticks voltage, we obviously then work out whether that's a different voltage to the one we had before, and if it has changed, we do stuff. If it hasn't changed, we do nothing. It just saves on performance a little bit. Right, so we probably have some constructor stuff we need to do. I think I'll probably just, in actual fact, treat this as just as an end supply for now. So the cables can work in two different ways. If they are an end supply, it means they have lots of things connected to it, so that lots and lots of lights will be connected to the same physical cable. If they're not an end supply, then they're basically point to point between two devices. So we'll make that one an end supply cable, and then we don't need to actually set up this side of it for managing the voltage going both ways. Just simplifies it a little bit for now. Yeah, we want to have a few different ways of restarting the ship. So the ship will have solar panels, which you can deploy in an emergency to charge up the start capacitors. You will also be able to use one of the shuttles and use the reactor on the shuttle to charge the start capacitors. So there'll be multiple ways of getting energy into the ship. You know, no different than the real world, really. I mean, if you can start one boat with another boat, then it should be possible. Now we work out the amperage actually on the wire. So the amperage is driven by the resistance. So you've got the the voltage, amperage, resistance triangle. It's been a while since I did it though, so I am a little bit rusty. Right, so we need to create a macro for managing visibility, and we need to create a bunch of variables for each of the different doors. If you mean here, then yes, there will be a lift going down. So we've got obviously infrastructure below here now. So we've got another 2 decks below, albeit small, and then we've got the shaft going all the way down, the dorsal fin, or the keel fin as it is. But we need a maintenance lift that goes all the way down through the whole lot of it, and that'll be from here. So some of this stuff needs to be moved. The main crew lift will stop on F deck, and you'll be taking stairs down the rest of the way to G deck. In some ways, we could just continue this lift, as is all the way down, but I think it's nice to have a separation between the crew lift and what will essentially be a cargo lift. So this will be for moving cargo up and down. I am still also toying with the idea of having a cargo lift towards the back and having it go down here instead. But we'll see what room we have when we actually start building the decks below. These are still in a flux, and they'll continue to be in a flux until they've been, fleshed out a bit more. But yes, there will be a lift or something here at some point. For the demo update, I'm just going to take the framework like we have here and just framework it off. So it will just be a solid bit of framework there. Yeah, we've had a lot of discussions about how wheelchair accessible the ship needs to be, and we're dealing with an environment 200 years in the future, and prosthetics and robotics will be such that wheelchairs might not even be a thing in 200 years. If you can just attach a robotic limb, like Star Wars, Luke Skywalker lost his hand, so he just had a robotic hand put in. If prosthetics are that good, then wheelchairs are kind of old tech. Or hover chairs, yeah. Yeah, all that. Turn off the gravity and just float. Anyway, I digress once more. I can't remember why I decided to have a trigger box on either side of the door. Like there's a corridor trigger and a room trigger. That seems unnecessary. Oh no, I know why. Yes, because if the door is locked, then we still want to open it from the inside. I think that was why. But we don't need that for the lift. That can be on both sides. Why? Ah, that'd be why. Is that why? No, that's not why. I'm trying to work out why I can't see it. Show me the box. Is it literally that it's too small? Oh yeah, it is. That'll be why I can't see it. Right, so we need to put that right in the middle. Actually, I'm going to move that forward a bit because obviously if there's people crowding in the lift, we don't want them like in the trigger box, stopping the doors from closing. And I guess similarly the other way. So that actually needs to be fairly small. Because unlike a normal door, obviously the lift door opens and closes, you know, for a reason. It's opening and closing because it's been triggered, you know, per deck, or that it's been called or it's arrived in a location. It doesn't need to open automatically just because you stood in front of it. So really we're just checking that no one's physically stood in the doorway, and we don't want this to be too big. It needs to stop players getting trapped and no more. Try and organise these a little bit. I don't want to make it a child. Okay, it just wants to make it a child. Never mind. I'll just make a bunch more. Yeah, no particular plan today. We're just going to get the lift fixed. Well, it's not even fixed, to be honest. I think finished is a better way of describing it. So we need to make sure that we've got the doors set up so they don't close on players' faces, as they currently have a penchant of doing. So that should be minus 250, I believe. Yeah, that's about right. I think I might repurpose this to current deck rather than destination deck, because that seems to be a weird one to use with the doors. So at the same time, yeah, so if we put the triggers in here, right, and then we need to do the check that we're doing on here, which is any of this stuff overlapping? So basically that's, is it a pawn or is it the Starsim character specifically? I think there's a reason I split those two. I can't quite recall what it is now, but we will, yeah, just do that anyway. We don't need a locked check on there. Stick our auto close on there. But no, we don't even need that either, do we? So hey Larry, all good. Right, so if any of those are true, so we work out which deck we're talking about, and then depending on which deck it is, we check that specific trigger. Is that trigger overlapping a player? If so, do not do the thing. So one thing we don't have here is a specific check to see whether the door is actually closed, which I think we are doing on these ones. Yeah, so on the actual timeline itself, we should be setting somewhere that the close has completed. okay, we're doing it here. Right, fair enough. Yeah, but because these doors are being driven by the movement of the lift rather than the player standing in front of them, some of this logic needs to be different. So we can't just copy paste this kind of verbatim as is. I'm going to have to tweak it a little bit. Right, let's just grab one of the UIs. BDEC, you'll do. Okay, so from the outside in the corridor, I think it's fine just to have the call lift button. Press that, the door opens. Like if the lift is already there, the door will be closed. So just press this to open the door. I think that's how they work in the real world as well. But for the internal UI, we definitely need just an open button that you can press. So rather than having to physically select your deck, actually press the open door button. Yeah, so I think if I move that up there, and we can have that at the bottom. I think we've grouped this together. Anything specific, have we? No, they're just a bunch of buttons. Okay. Right, so that's the border. So we'll take those. Move that up there. I'll tidy that up in a minute. And then move these down a bit. So what's that? 40. That's 60 units between each one. Is the music too quiet? I can turn it up if so. I did wonder about that first, but to be honest, I don't think it's needed because we've got security desks at each end anyway. So, if you're getting out on B deck, you're stepping out straight in front of a security guy, and then the same down on F deck. You've got a security desk straight in front of you. So I don't think we need a code specifically. I think if it was going down to G deck, then yes, I would add a code. Well, that is true. I'm assuming a basic level of competence. We don't bring these a bit closer together, actually. Ooh, no, not that close. Damn you, Unreal, and your UI nonsense. So I need to add a quick fix UI function on here. Custom event fix UI. Which one's that? Ah, right, yes, that's the one inside the lift. Right, that is the one we want. Okay, so we're going to get that. And then we're going to cast to whatever that's called. Lift 5 floors, that one. Okay. That's alright, don't need the cast, even better. Right, and then we'll do a fix UI on here as well. Fix UI. And then we'll take our buttons and fix UI display. Actually, don't need to do that as an interface. So this seemingly redundant arbitrary step that we're doing right now is because if you have a child widget, like these buttons, they're child widgets that are basically instances of the same object. Things like the button size, the corner radius, all that sort of thing, that's held within the child object, and we are exposing that as variables when we use it within another blueprint. However, they do not update when you look at it in the editor window. So I've had to make a little helper function where if we now click fix UI, like so, it dutifully does nothing because I've not told it to. Let's try that again. Try it via the blueprint interface instead. Oops, no, not that one. That one. Are you expecting a message too? No, apparently not. Weird, why is that not working? Checking the log a minute. So that's working. Oh, I know what I'm doing wrong. Weird. Let's try this this way instead. There we go, that's better. Right, now we can actually see it in real time to get an idea for what the spacing feels like. It's annoying that there's an odd number of them, otherwise they'd arrange nicely in a grid. It doesn't go down to G deck because there's really nothing much down there. So we were going to have the actual lift hardware on G deck. This isn't G deck. This is G deck. So I was going to put all the lift hardware here below the lift. But if we have the lift car essentially a self-contained unit on electronic rails, then we don't actually need lift hardware below. And then we can have a secondary cargo lift going down the neck of the keel fin. And the only thing down here is just this corridor ring. And most, if not all, of the rooms are double height anyway, so all of the rooms between F and G are going to be double height rooms. So F and G deck are kind of one in that regard. In fact, the only place between the two that isn't a double height room is just the workshop here and the backup batteries in here. And also the fact that we have a security desk on F deck. Again, as I say with a lot of this stuff, if some of these design choices prove to be flawed in practice when we actually use them in anger, when the ship is fully fleshed out and fully working and people are running around and doing their jobs, then that's what will improve on the Pathfinder class, which is the ship that follows. So both in lore and in reality, the Magellan class is a test bed. This is us testing the process, testing which processes work best, both physically and logically aboard the ship. So anything that is flawed, we will improve on the next vessel. Right. Anywho, what I wanted to do was fit another button under there. Basically a refit, yeah, although we're going to rip the back end off and put some much bigger engines on it. For the Pathfinder class, I'm very likely going to build the FTL coil into the engine pods at the back, and probably have it as a semicircle rather than the full ring. So there'd be like two bananas stuck to the side of it as it's flying along. Should be sleeker and sexier overall. Exactly. Yeah, go faster, Stripes. See, this is why I don't like UI work. So by placing that at 0, we are left justifying this box. However, when we change the size of said box, it's not left justifying because it's expanding over the edge of there. So like, do I have to then make this the same size? And put that back to 175? Yeah, I do. So, alright. That makes sense. It's an issue with size to content. Obviously it's sizing to the text and not the actual box itself. So that one's 170 by 50, so 170 by 50, 175. Okay. I'll just say open and close for now. I'll replace these with like proper pictures of doors opening and closing, but that will do for now. Right, so 450, almost 440, 445. Yeah, that looks about right. Let's set that. And then I need to set it on here as well. Otherwise it will chop off the bottom. Right, so we haven't added those two buttons to the fix lodge that we do. So if we add that and that, and we'll also name them properly. Sorry, the lack of an S was triggering me. It's better. Right, if we fix it now, they should be all lined up. And this lovely whip can go somewhere else. So obviously this is not final. This needs improving and generally making look nicer, but it'll do for now. What makes it difficult to read? Is it the spacing or just the style? Ah, okay. Yeah, it's probably partly due to the contrast. It's not particularly contrasty enough. We can... So yeah, we can do this, if that's any easier. Then we need to fix that E. There we go. To be honest, I think this is also the font we're using on the other doors. I think we'll actually, we think we have letter spacing control on here. Something I need to add. So on our on this, we can define the letter spacing there. It always confuses me why like 200 is that. Seems like a crazy high number to achieve very little. We could potentially add that to the list of things we can customize and just increase the spacing a little bit. Although saying that, I'm not actually sure we have access to it. Can we do it? No, we do it in here. Okay. Not be breaking there, so that's the... Okay, so that's the slate. So if we get rid of that, we create a variable for spacing. Make that an integer. Right, so that should solve that. We'll default that to 200. That shouldn't then affect any other buttons. Should, it's instance editable, so we should now have access to that on here. Yeah, there we go, spacing. So if I set that to say 250, add a bit of breathing room between the letters. That should make it a little bit more readable as well. Can't do much about that E, sadly. Obviously, with a darker button color, that will be easier to read anyway. Make sure that these ones are still good. Yeah, they still look fine. Definitely gone bigger with the font on these ones. I could probably get away with that on here as well. While we're fiddling with it, we may as well make it more readable. So 16 looks like that, 18 looks like that. Let's try out 18. Thank you, Frestus. Yeah, so these are connected to the customization system. So let me just save all that a sec. Need to raise that up a bit, I think. Yeah, break the lift. No. But if we go into here, let's raise it up so we can see it. So as we customize the UI button colors, you can see that you can actually change those there. So if that blue is a little bit hard to read, you can just change it as desired. So in order to test this, I think what I'm going to do, I shall add this to, what shall I add it to? If I add it to my test map, then we can hop in and out really, really quickly without having to load the whole game. Yeah, the feature creep is real. weird. Why does that say BDEC? Just need to test this on the main map again a minute. Yes, Anasi, I am. So it takes a period of time to load into the full game because there's a whole lot of shit to load. Whereas on my test map, it loads practically instantly. So when we're iterating over things and changing stuff, it's just quicker to be able to jump in and out to test things. Plus I always spawn in front of it, which makes it even quicker. So that says BDEC. That also says BDEC. I mean, did it always say BDEC? Definitely firing through. The right button presses there. Okay, then on this one, okay, so we have a button ID there, which I assume we're setting from the parent blueprint. Yeah, so we're setting them there. Actually, no, we're not. Right, it's because I disconnected that. That's why it's broke. Alright, mystery solved. So good. Yeah, and they look fine. Okay. To make testing even more efficient, we'll move that out there. All about the efficiency. Right, so next up, let's have a look at this open and close logic. Right, what we're doing on lift tick. So checking to see whether we have any destination decks. Then we look at our called decks. Right, so I think the logic we need here is that we're waiting 5 seconds arbitrarily, and then we're attempting to close the doors as per this. Now we can already prevent that with this, but if someone blocks the doors closing by standing in them and then steps out of the way, there's nothing in here to say try again. So this needs replacing with, I guess a Boolean's probably the best way to do this. So on our lift tick, we'll run a check on here. Yeah, we'll run a check on here to close the doors. So that's handling the busy state of the lift, i.e. like don't move it until those things have happened. So we're clearing that busy state at the end of closing the doors and at the end of moving the lift. Which means that technically you will be able to prevent the lift from progressing by standing in a doorway. But I don't think we have much alternative there. We cannot close the door on a player, so it just has to be the case that if a player is stood in a doorway, then the lift cannot ever move. Okay, so move the lift, blah de blah. So when we finish moving the lift, we will immediately open the doors, and there should be nothing to prevent the opening of the doors. So we'll run a check from the open and close button. In fact, let's add those in a minute, so that we've got those as a reference point. Where is our replication stuff? Here we are. So So we need a couple more button IDs on here for simply open and close. Again, so these are replicated, so this is coming from the server. So then we need yeah, I guess we need a separate bit of logic for that. If we do open doors as a UI event, and then we'll stick that on here, so that would be open doors UI. And then we'll need a duplicate of that as well, which would be close doors UI. Just so we're capturing the UI press separately from the automatic events. Right, so because we're replicating that button press, it doesn't matter whether the client or the server presses the button, it'll still run the same event on the door itself. So we need a couple of state checks on here now. Guess we go with open doors, the easier one. So if we have a very simple variable for this one, which is that, and let's make sure that's replicated actually. Oops. So if the lift is not busy, then we'll just plumb into the same open door event that we have here. What's calling that? Probably a bad name for that. So open doors, because the lift is driving that event rather than the UI. So we want to actually fire the actual open door event, which of course is happening on the server. That doesn't need to be multicast, because are we calling it? No, we're not actually. No, it does, because we're calling it from this function, so we definitely need to fire this on all sides, but only the server can set these, but that. There's probably some flawed logic here when it comes to replication that I'm probably going to have to come back and fix. But what we'll do is we'll where we've got is busy, we also need a should close. I'll just I'll leave that delay in there because that just covers the doors closing before we move off. So by setting a variable for closed doors, what we actually want to be doing is on the tick. Hang on, make sure that's off by default. So on the lift tick, so if busy is false, yeah, so the first thing we want to do, if busy is false, then if closed doors is true, then we want to close the doors. Actually, we want to set as busy as well, don't we? So, because we're doing something, so we don't want to have overlapping events. Right, so if we're not busy and we're not trying to close the doors, then do the lift movement stuff. If we are currently trying to close the doors, then set ourselves as busy again, run the closed doors, and this is where we'll do the check. So if that is false, there's nothing in the trigger box, so if that's false, carry on and close the door. And then let's do a re-triggerable delay on there and give it half a second. So basically, because these will open and close at different times to give it that kind of visual difference. So either the inner or the outer door will close first, but we'll re-trigger a delay when that happens, and then we'll set busy to false because we've finished moving the doors, and we'll also set closed doors to false because we're no longer trying to close the doors. So that should just take care of that logic. That is replicated. So when we do the closed doors from the UI, all we actually need to do is tell it to close the doors, basically, because we flag that boolean to say, right, now we need to close the doors, and then when the lift tick is ticking, it'll pick that up and act accordingly. It'll come down here, it'll try and close the doors. If there's nothing in the way, it will. If there is something in the way, it won't. And then we reset our states at the end, and then the lift tick can go about its business. Let's give that a whirl a minute. Magnetic rails. So it's like a maglev. It'll have rails down the sides. I'm already halfway there, Firstus, so I should be able to add it to the power ever so shortly. Right, so let's call the lift. Make sure that it opens. Yes, yes, yes. Right, if I now stand in it, it shouldn't close. So basically it's going, I want to close, I want to close. As soon as I step out, it should then close. Once it redoes its tick. Or never. Okay, yeah, I need to hook the buttons up so they won't work yet. So did I break it by standing in it, or is it broken all on its own? Yes, so we definitely want anything to do with the lift to break. Or any other bit of hardware on the ship. Okay, so we've got our 5-second delay. Then we flag for closure, and ooh, I shouldn't have done that twice. Why is it doing it twice? Let me just check the tick rate on that a minute. Okay, so it's only ticking once per second, so it's not like it's ticking a crazy amount. Yeah, well, it can only trigger the timeline if that is triggered. So, what's triggering that? So obviously it's itself. That isn't hooked up yet. Yeah, so that's the button press, which we're not actually doing anything with. So we're only setting it there. So there, turning it off there, turning it on there, and checking it there. I'm wondering whether or not we need to set these the other way around. So we'll set closed doors to false and then set is busy to false. But we also need to hook up those buttons now, so we need 2 more of these. So we need our open button there, and then we need our close button there. And then we need to actually fetch said button. So open button pressed. Close button pressed. Yeah, so this is the right place to put this, because this is like the final point, the final step on the journey, as it were. I think because we're setting busy. Yeah, we're setting busy on here when we go to close the doors. But right, yeah, so we need to set it here, because the reason it failed after I stood in it is because it failed there, but because we're setting busy here, it's failing there. So we need to take that out of there to stop that from happening, and only set the busy state when we actually are able to close the doors, not when we're not able to. That makes more sense. So now they should refuse to close when I'm in them, but then continue to close when I exit. Okay, so just let them close on their own first. In fact, I'll do that twice just to make sure that they're not duplicating. No, looks fine. Right. So if I now stand in it, it should not close. And when I step out, it should then close. Perfect. I'm assuming as long as any part of my capsule is touching that trigger, it'll be all right. Okay, good. So the only thing that we're not catering for now is edge cases where if we wait for it to close and then run through it, then we're going to get captured. Ah, yeah, there we go. So we're like wedged in now. So to stop that from happening, because people will do that, and I'm looking at you, Thiessen. We need to make sure that these trigger boxes are also running some events. So on begin overlap, and we're going to have to do that with all of these. Just to be annoying. But then there are 5 doors, so can't be helped. Hang on a minute. B, C, D. Spot the deliberate mistake. B, C, D, E, and F. So get class. If that class equals starting character or pawn we just need to, yeah, so regardless of busy or not, just open the doors. And then what we actually want to do is do play and reverse rather than play from start and reverse from end, so that the doors can go like oop no, without like fully animating. Right, so may as well connect all these to the same one. Again, it's a bit unwieldy to have this happen 5 times, but there are 5 doors, so we have little choice. Wait a minute. What if someone runs onto the trigger box on a deck you're not on? That will force the door to open. So, hang on, we need more logic than this. Right, so as soon as the doors open, we're setting our current deck. So really we should be using our current deck there, not our destination deck. Which is fine. And then it's probably the easiest way to do this if we if we stick another or in the no, an and actually. So those are true, and we're on that deck, then we do it. Makes a bit more logical logic. Quicker if I do it this way. Right, so B deck, C deck, D deck, E deck, and F deck. Right, so this handles the forced opening of the door if you happen to stick your face in it whilst it's trying to close. Decent. Right, let's give this a try. Okay, let's try and get stuck in it. Oh, wasn't quick enough. Oh no, there we go. No, no. Come on, try it. Try it. Try it. Ooh, have we broken the logic? Let's just see whether that resets it a minute. Yeah, it did. Okay. Right, so... No. Okay, so me noping the doors is actually breaking it. Can we now close it with this? Yeah, so that works. Open, close. Okay, yeah, so when we open, we need to specifically trigger the close as well, because obviously it's opening and staying open. But now is it flagged as busy? So if we try going up to B deck, yeah, it's just going up with the doors open, so that be no good. Yeah, it should only be that door. I'll try it though. Yeah. Okay, it doesn't break it every time. I'm wondering whether it's flagging the closure or not. Welcome back, Don. It shouldn't do, but I'll try it. Actually, if I do that, I might be able to force it open, like literally just by clipping into it there. Yeah, I can. So yeah. So we need to add a further bit of logic on there. So so we need another and so basically we need a flag that says the doors are open or closed, which we were doing somewhere. Where were we doing that? I think that was on the other doors. Yeah, okay, so I'm just trying to logic this through in my head. Because we can set the state that the doors should be at, and the way we do that on the normal doors to make sure that they replicate is we set doors closed or doors open as a rep notify, and then they will basically open or close based on that rep notify. And the rep notify is what drives these events here. So like these trigger events, they wouldn't force the door closed using this, or open rather. They'd set the rep notify for open doors. This one, again, works a bit differently because it's a lift. So I don't want to spam it with booleans all over the place. So let's see whether we can do this more intelligently. Obviously this is global and not specific to a particular deck, which isn't necessarily the end of the world, because we are using this to distinguish between different decks. So what we could do if we have a state variable per deck, then we could handle it that way. So we can set the state variable for like moving whilst the doors are moving. So between play and end, moving would be true. And then at the end, we then set either open or closed, depending in which direction we were going in. And then we set that here as to what direction we're going in, which means we'd need an enum, which we don't have here, so let's create one. Lift door states. So we have so the door is closed, the door is moving, or the door is open. So that's basically the three states that it could ever be in. At some point we could have like a locked state on there as well, but let's just stick with those three for now. And then on the lift itself we would need 5 copies of that variable. So bdeck state, and that would be enum door states, and the default would be closed. So B, C, D, E, and Hef. Right, so I think that can current deck rather than target deck, because it is the current deck we're working with when it comes to opening and closing. Like, we shouldn't ever open and close when we're not referencing the current deck. So with that in mind, let's come up to the logic here a minute. Right, so if we select that, we're going to have to switch on it if we want to do this, aren't we? Right. So B, C, D. Again, this is seemingly quite unwieldy because there are so many doors on so many decks, but that's kind of what we need to do. Right, so this allows us to, depending on what our current deck is, we'll set the state of those doors. So all of these then need to be, yeah, whatever deck it is, need to be set to moving. Now this will continue to be moving until finished is called. So whether we're opening or closing, then moving needs to be true. And we'll do that on both of these actually. So I'll tidy all this up properly in a sec. Right, so if we're actually going to open the doors, then we need to set whatever door it is to moving. Like so. And we need to do exactly the same thing for the closing of the doors. Oh, no, not that one. Oh yes, that one. So we do our logic check. Hey, Hurricane. So if that is not overlapping anyone, we set ourselves to busy. That stops the lift from going anywhere whilst the doors are in motion. We then set the relevant door to moving so that the game knows the door is now moving. We then do the movements, and then basically these events can be triggered back and forth as we exit the trigger box, as we enter the trigger box rather, or get overlapped there. And then when we finished moving, that's where we need to set this. So to make this easier on myself, I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to add another enum in here, and then so we know specifically what direction it's going in. So yeah, because that way, if we know that it's opening, then when it completes, then we know what state we go to next. So if it was opening when it finishes, then we need to go to open. If it's closing when it finishes, we go to closed. Makes it easier there. So then when we do our state setting here, that makes more logical sense. Right, so again we need this. And then this time we can do a select. And then we need all of our decks. Okay, so we'll also do a select on there. Some old stuff there. Okay, so now we need that again. Right, and then we're going to set whatever value we have on here. So if it's closed, it's closed. If it's open, it's open. So if it's closing, it goes to closed. If it's opening, it goes to open. These two should never apply. Okay, and then when they're done, I think we'll maybe retire that one, and then we can set is busy to false afterwards, because we're done with our moving of stuff around. And I think for the sake of sanity, let's move this back over here. And then pop that in there. Pop that over there. Pop that on there. Right. That just tidies that up a bit. Tidy is obviously a relative term when it comes to this. Funnily enough, Verstus, it does actually support it. Because what it does is every time you press a call button, it adds an entry in call to decks. And it does it rather cleverly in that it only adds it like if it's not already there. So there can only ever be 5 entries in this array. So if everyone presses their button, then depending on the order that they were pressed, they go into this array, and then it will just go to all 5 decks one at a time. Right, so we do need a bit more logic here. Let's borrow that. Yeah, that should do it. So yeah, lifts are an interesting challenge. I was going to do this on a per deck basis, but I think we can do that here. We don't need to do that, so that's fine. So we do need to therefore keep this variable in play. So the problem is when the lift opens, we are setting doors closed to false, so they no longer try and close. So once they've successfully been blocked, they will stick open because of this variable. So what we need to do is basically the same as this. So here we're specifying whether it's open or closed, following the completion of the movement. So what we actually need to do now is when setting this, we need to only set this to false if they're actually closed. So so obviously we're using our current deck to pick the relevant one. And if it is closed, in fact we may as well so if that's true, I don't want to set the value directly because we don't want it to flag that false at any point. Like if you open the doors, we don't want it to suddenly try and close them again. So move that chunk over there. Right, so basically that needs to go something like that. And then all of these plug into that. Let's just pop them them into a node thingy. Right, so following this expanded logic, and we do need to check this now in a sec. We are now checking state per door, and we will replicate those, given that this exists on the client as well, because the client needs to manage. Normally, I'd set net load on client to false for this, so it doesn't exist on the client at all, it only exists on the server. But the client needs to manage visibility of the widget panels, so it does need its own local copy, sadly. Which does add a little bit of complication, but we'll live. Okay. So if we're opening, we set it to opening. If we're closing, we set it to closing. Now, depending on which of those we set, if it's closing, it's now closed. If it's opening, it's now open. And then we then set those variables accordingly. And then we then recheck them. And if our current deck is actually closed, i.e. that was successfully closed there, then we can set that to false because they're closed. If it's open, then we ignore that, doesn't matter, and we just turn off the busy state. Right, that should be all the logic we need to cater for any edge cases. That's fine as is, it just sets it wanting to close. Make sure I didn't mess any of that up. No, that's still good. Right, so what do we have here? Right, so yeah, so if we're on the same deck, yeah, so we're on F deck and F deck state, no, not set, and F deck state equals open. Sorry, closed. Or closing. Right, so if it's either of those characters, we're on the right deck, and it's either closed, closing or closed, because we don't care if it's closing, because we've just walked into the trigger box, so we want it to open. Oh, hang on though. No, hang on. No, we don't want it to open if it's closed, do we? So right, no, so we only want this to trigger if it's currently closing, because this is what saves us from getting our head stuck in it. So if it's already closed, don't try and open it. If it's already open or opening, it's irrelevant. So only do this if it's closing. Right, yes, that makes more sense. Doors and lifts and things are definitely very logic heavy. Yeah, on the Orville, they took Ragdoll out, and I assume it's still taken out at this point, because it was just causing so many problems that it just wasn't worth having it. As funny as it is, the problems it causes kind of outweighed the humour of having it in. But I'm quite married to the idea of having arbitrary ragdoll whenever you want it, so I will endeavour to make it work. At some point, if being able to ragdoll continues to break the game, then I'll have no choice but to strip it out. But I'm fairly confident I can make it work smoothly. Right, so all this spaghetti should now work. So let's give that a try. Okay, so stepping into the trigger box does nothing, and we want it to do nothing, so that's fine. Okay, I'll just check that the doors close on their own first. Okay, and again, they're not opening when I bash into the trigger box. So let's open them. This time I'm going to try and stop them. Okay, so that seems to have worked. Okay, and now they're not opening, so let's try that again. Okay, I stopped them from closing, then they close, and now they won't open again. See if I can do it twice. So I've prevented them from closing, and oh, missed it that time. Wasn't quick enough. No. No. No, bad doors. No. Okay. Seems good enough. Right, so we should also then be able to open the doors from within the lift. Lovely. And I guess close them as well. Actually, on that point, so if we open them and immediately close them, yeah, they do immediately close. Good. Nice. Yeah. Oh, CSI. Why do you ruin my day like this? Out of interest, if we just go like one deck up. Yeah, so it does kind of repair itself, but right, so what's it not doing there? Right, so when we click open, see, we're not setting it busy. I think that's the problem there. Yeah, So we're basically opening it. We're not setting it as busy, so the lift then thinks it can move. So by simply doing that, we should be solving the issue there. So we set it as busy when it's actually doing something. So if it's moving, or if it's opening or closing, we need to make sure we set a busy state, and then that will stop it from doing its lift tick, so that will fail this immediately. So open just triggers that, and I think we're missing a trick there by not setting that first. Actually, is that even needed? Because that should just be there. Obviously we're opening the doors after we've set all these variables. Then we do our arbitrary delay, wait for the doors to close. Actually, we don't need to do that anymore because we're clearing the busy state after they've finished moving anyway, so that's not needed. So the lift tick just immediately goes to open. Let me just check the logic on that. So if current deck is the same as the destination deck, then open the doors, because we've just moved the lift, so then open the doors, right, okay. Right, and I think hang on. So we should be setting busy. Yes, we need to clear the busy state here, because the lift has finished moving. Move, set your variables. So we've arrived at that deck. We're no longer busy because we've finished moving. However, we will immediately become busy again when we try and open the doors. So why are we forcing them open there? I don't think that's actually... I think that might actually be surplus to requirements, because we set that after we arrive anyway. I'm wondering whether that's to cater for pressing the call button, but we can handle that slightly differently. Where's our call button gone? Here. So yeah, so we're adding call deck. So we set our destination deck. Okay. Right, then we need to remove that. Because if someone calls the deck that they're on, it needs to immediately remove it from the list. I think there's a logic flaw here somewhere. I will test that, but I have a suspicion that it's not clearing the called deck if you're on that deck. Good night, CSI. Right, so let's just recall that deck just to... Yeah, so there's some weirdness there. Doors are alive. Right, yeah, and I think that's basically the problem we've got here. So if the current deck is the same as the destination deck, then actually we need to remove it. So we're doing it from here, aren't we? So yeah. So if destination deck is the same as the current deck, then we're removing the current deck from the list straight away. That makes sense. And then, so that will remove the ability to open the door with a button, but we'll fix that. Yeah, we could do it that way round as well, Zerk. Right, okay, so that's fine. And then that should not open the door. It's basically immediately going to remove it from the destination list. So if we ghost into there, again, if we press F deck, nothing should happen because we're on F deck. So mash it loads, then press D. Should take us up to D. Hello, go to D, please. Now, is it slowly going through the list of Fs that I just spammed on there? Hang on. We need some debug. So it should only add it once anyway, because we've got add unique on the array, so it shouldn't matter how many times you spam F, it's adding unique, so it should only ever add one. Yeah, me neither, funnily enough. Right, so basically for these ones, in order to restore door opening functionality, all we need to do is if current deck equals bdeck, then open door. Actually, oh no, this is I was going to say this is already replicated, so that should be all right. Although it is only operating on the server, which means clients wouldn't see the door open, which means that needs to be multicast. As does that, to be fair. Actually, no, that one doesn't because it's setting a variable. This one does. I'm just wondering whether I do the same thing for open doors as I've done for closed doors, where we check a replicated variable rather than trying to capture an event via an RPC. That would make more sense. Yeah, we'll be doing that, Mike. So one of the last things we'll be doing for this update is making sure that all of the "you are here" maps are accurate on every deck and every location. Yeah, B, C, and D are fine. It's just from E downwards when they're not particularly accurate. We'll replace this with a state file. So rather than just constantly checking branches, I'll have a pending actions thing instead. But for now, for testing, we'll just string some branches along. Right, so if we're not opening, then we just go through the check if we're closing. That's a new word. Right, so if we're not busy, and then we're not opening doors, and then we're not closing doors, then we're basically moving the lift. At which point yeah, I guess well, let's take let's be consistent with this. So if we're not setting busy until we actually do something, then let's make sure that we consistently do that with everything. So we're not actually busy until we're actually moving the lift. Then we become busy. So we don't need to set that in here. Right, then in here, if we're not on the same deck as the destination deck, then we'll go ahead and move the lift. Otherwise, just make sure we remove the current deck from the destination deck if we can. That's no longer relevant. Right, okay, that should make a bit more logical sense now. So this is ticking on the client and the server, but these are replicated, so it should all function nicely across the network. So if we're opening the doors, we're setting it to busy, blah 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 blah. So basically then on here, all we need to do is that instead, and that doesn't need to be actually we can make this even simpler. We don't need that at all. We can just do this instead. So open goes to there, close goes to there. Yeah, and then they become redundant. So this is coming from the server, so we're server authoritative, which means that we have permission to set those replicated variables. If we're opening, we're opening. If we're closing, we're closing. That's then picked up by the lift tick, which then fires that. So then we don't need that per se. We just need to set that we're opening the doors. Right, and this needs an authority check. Because we only want to be setting these replicated variables on the server. Yeah, so server action, server action, server action. That's all on the server. We don't need that, which means that should now be a redundant node. Yeah, that's no longer in use, which means we don't need that. Right, now we're starting to look a bit tidier. Right, so that's the moving of the lift, which we set busy. Open doors, we set busy. Close doors, we set busy if we're allowed to. Okay. Just want to make sure that we're not triggering any of these if we're busy. So we're definitely abandoning the tick if we're busy. So there shouldn't be anything else other than this. But this one's fine because so this won't report true unless you're on that deck and the doors are closing anyway, so we don't need to busy check on this. That's just my widget fixer, so that's kind of irrelevant. This was some bad logic from before, so that can go. That is... Oh, that's just the setup. I could probably avoid these setup actions and just set these like on the lift itself, but it's fine. They can just extra few nodes won't hurt. Okay, so the tick is only happening on the server anyway, which means that's probably a bit redundant, but we'll leave it there just to double check that that's not happening on the client. So that is a multicast fired by the server. We need that to be reliable because we don't want the client to not open the doors or whatever, or move the lift. Same here, that needs to be reliable. And that also needs to be reliable because we need to make sure that the doors definitely do open regardless of lag. Right, okay. So after all that messing about, I think... Oh, hang on. Broke some up. Oh yeah, we were doing this, weren't we? So... Right, yeah, so this is easier now, so we just set that and jobs are good. And then we just have to do this for each of these. So B deck, C deck. So what this is doing, this is just ensuring that if you press the call button, it will open the doors for you on your deck. If the current deck is the same as the deck that you're pressing the button on. So that's E deck and F deck. Okay, so they're just basically telling the tick to try and open the doors. If there's ever a conflict and these are both set to true at the same time, it will prioritize opening over closing. But there shouldn't ever be an instance where they're both set together. But we'll see. Alright, let's give it a whirl. So we are calling our lift. So I'm assuming that busy is not being cleared. Which would be on here. So we are trying to clear it. No, because we definitely don't want to do this on the client, so that can stay. Like, only the server can set that anyway. Let's just be absolutely sure that only the server's trying to set that. I mean, it should be implied that only the server can set the replicated variable, but just double check just to be sure. Right, and then when that finishes, we're definitely setting that to not busy. So let's put some spam in here just to see. Okay, so we're busy, and that's normal. And then we're no longer busy. Okay. So we've checked our deck, and that actually did fire. So did I fail to tick this? I did. Right, see, I failed to tell it to open it by ticking that, so that is one problem. And then we wait our 5 seconds before closing again. So actually, no, that is fine. Just making sure we are clearing busy. Yeah, so right, so rather than doing that, oh, it's doing that thing where I can't delete anything. Right, hang on, I just need to compile, save, press play, and then escape. And now I can delete stuff. Right, so if it's closed, we're setting closed doors to false. If it's open, we're setting open doors to false. And then we should never get an intermediate state, because this is only firing once the doors have finished opening or closing, so that should take care of that. Right, let's try that again. I think we're about at the bottom of our logic problems now. So the doors open, and they should close after 5 seconds. Hurrah! They should not open when I nudge them. They should, however, open when I call the lift. Yeah, okay, and then they should not close on my face. Hello? Right, so it's not clearing the open state. Am I doing something silly? If it's open, we set open doors to false. Closed, we set it to false. closed, it's closed, it's closing, it's closed, opening, it's open, open, it's open. So that's all right. They're all connected up where they should be. Yeah, so the logic looks alright. So what's making it break? Right, so we call the lift. Lift comes down. Is no longer busy, therefore the door's open. Doors open is now false, so they close. Doors closed is now false. We then call lift, which forces doors open to true. So doors open is now true. It's not flashing busy. Right, let's check those variables. Helps if you can spell. Oops, forgot to set myself to DND. Apologies for the ping noise. That wasn't you, that was me. Oh, apparently the stream's over. Don't know why I'm still talking, because apparently you can't hear me. Are we back? Can you hear me? Am I here? Apparently, we got a copyright strike on the audio mid-stream. That's weird. Hang on, let me just... Yeah, so the audio I'm listening to is a no copyright track. Might have been the Burp It video I played earlier. I don't know, I'm sure I'll find out after the stream. Oh, not again. Yeah, the music is off. Oh, are we back? It says, your stream is no longer being blocked due to copyright issues. Huzzah! So I can't actually see the stream. It still says stream unavailable for me, but if you can see it, then that's good enough. Good, good. Oh, it's eerily quiet now. So that's really annoying because I use Lofi Geek for the music, and they say in their terms and conditions that as long as you credit them in the description of the video, then there will be no copyright claims on your account. So I actually emailed them and I specifically told them that we are doing it properly. They never replied back, but we've never had a copyright strike yet, so I'll see what that is. The only thing that's different is that Lofi Geek used to have live streams with the music playing, and they're no longer live streams, they're now just pre-recorded videos. So it could be that. Let's try this one. So this video is 3 years old. It specifically says no copyright lo-fi. So let's see. I recognize the track. Is there such a thing as a third strike? Well, we'll see. I mean, if it happens again, then I'm going to have to stop using this provider for music and come up with something else. We'll risk it for a biscuit. Okay, so our states look good. So closing, busy, nothing. Call there. Open, busy. Right, I think what's happening there is that it's not triggering the auto close because we are forcing the door open elsewhere. So we're just setting it open. We're not doing the delay and then close thing. So I think what I'll do is I'll remove that from there. And then add it here instead. So yeah. So if the door is open, then we will always wait 5 seconds and try and close it again. So it should never try and stay open regardless of the circumstances. So we'll remove that logic from the lift moving and put that logic on the door opening instead. So no matter what opens the door, it will try and close. Okay, and then we open the door. It's currently busy because it's open, and now it's closing. There we go. hopefully it works the same from the button as well. I mean, it should do because it's doing the same logic. Okay, yep. Right, now this time I'm going to try blocking it and seeing whether that breaks it. Shouldn't do. Come on, try and close. Nope. Nope. Okay, perfect. Yeah, Claire is that bot. Right, so I think then, barring anything else unforeseen, that is the lift logic done as far as the doors and things are concerned. So they should now never close on the player. Even if you try and stick your face in them, they should not close on you. And their behavior should be consistent. So let's try doing the thing that that CSI suggested. So I'll wait for them to close. We'll open the doors. We'll then set them up to B deck and quickly run out. And off they go. Oh, kinda. Interesting. Let's just try that again a minute. So open the door, set it to B deck. So it should not come back down. Right, so I think what happened there is the logic for that is obviously not being called because we're so busy doing stuff with the doors. So that logic needs to be sooner. In fact, that needs to be like immediate. Otherwise, I think it was Zoke suggested that we refuse to add it in the first place, which I'm actually inclined to think is the better way of doing it. So that does mean adding more spam to this, but yeah, so basically there are so many little logic gotchas with this lift. Right, so if that equals B deck, if it's false, we want to add that because it's a genuine lift call. If it's true, we want to skip that and go straight into the... oh, actually, we're doing that twice. Oh, right, hang on. We can do this better. So if we take that and move it there. Right, so B deck, C deck, D deck, E deck, and F deck. And let's just tidy these up a little bit, because I do like me a tidy blueprint. Right. So if it's true, we want to set that. If it's false, we want to add that instead. Yeah, so that works, doesn't it? So if the current deck is C deck, open the doors. If not, add it to the list of called decks. Okay, that wasn't too much extra spammage. Right, so that will stop it trying to come back down to the deck that it's on, which means we don't need that anymore. So that's betterer. So yeah, so literally we're just moving the lift if we're on a different deck. Nice and simple. So either we're dealing with doors or we're moving the lift. Assuming we're not busy. But I did notice one other little glitch, and I think what's happening is, so the lift finishes moving, yada yada yada, goes to open, right, so it sets itself as not busy correctly, then goes to try and open the doors. So the doors will open because it's not busy. The doors then start opening, so therefore it's busy. And then right at the end here, the doors are open. Okay. And then we need to set busy. Set not busy, rather. And then open the doors. Close the doors, rather. So... yeah, so if we're closing the doors, we can set not busy as soon as they're closed. However, if they're open, we need to set them not busy after our delay, which then allows us to close the doors. Right, that should be the right order of events. Yeah, and then they'll just trigger the reversal of the timeline. Yeah, that should be it. Let's try that again and keep an eye open for weirdness. So what we don't want to do is the lift to suddenly glitch and try and move twice. So we've called the lift. It's not busy, so it opens the doors. All good. Should then close the doors after our 5 seconds. Right, so if I click that to open the doors, it should not have added that to the list of destinations. So I can just do that without causing any logic issues. Let's wait for that to close. Right, so if I now open the door, set it to B deck and step out. Right, so what's happening then is it's setting it to not busy before the lift starts moving. Then it correctly stays there, so that's fine. And if I call the lift, it'll come back down again. Right, and if I ride it this time, then it shouldn't do the glitchy thing. So we'll set that for B deck. Yeah, so this time it's gone up smoothly. So I think what's happening is we're setting it to not busy too soon. No, the destination list is not sorted. It's a first come first serve. So there are like studies done on lift algorithms. Lift algorithms are crazy. But what we're doing is a really, really simple priority list. So basically, as soon as you press the call button, that adds you to the list. If someone had pressed a call button on another deck before you, it will go to that deck before you. So even though you could have people on B, C, and D. If the lift is on B, and then D and C press their buttons, it will go from B to D, then up to C, rather than going B, C, D logically like it should do. But for the purposes of the game, you know, we're not writing like a detailed lift simulation. So I think first come first serve should be, you know, good enough. Yeah, unless you're captain, in which case it comes straight to you. So when we close, yeah, so what we're, oh no, so actually I'm not going to set it, I'm not going to clear the busy state there because, oh no, I have to, don't I? Because otherwise it's not going to close. Yeah, so we need to set no busyness and then immediately close the doors. So on here, it's going to close the doors. Right, yeah, and to be honest, we don't need to have it continue. So it shouldn't be, yeah, it shouldn't be trying to move the lift like it is now. Those should be dead ends. Wait till the doors are finished opening, then we'll clear the busy state, etc. I think that's where the logic was failing there. Right, let's try that again. So we'll call the lift down. Okay, so B deck. And off it goes smoothly. Nice. Right, that's more like it. And then back down to F deck again. Okay, I'll just try and break it a minute. No, do not close. Right, so I tried getting in the way of it, and now we'll see whether it smoothly goes up this time. Yeah. Happy with that. Okay, so I would say, I think we're good. I think we're good with the logic. Nothing else seems to be edge casing us, so that's fine, that's fine. All that looks sound. So now, because we are in fact sadists, now we stick it in multiplayer. And we'll do that in Pi. Okay, I shall call the lift. Make sure the client can see it as well. Okay. Yep, so I can see myself stood in the doors. They're not closing on me. Can I like nudge myself in? No. Okay. So if I get in, right, and I'll send myself up to B deck. So from the client's perspective, it's still there. Oh no, there it goes. Okay. So the client doesn't have a HUD or anything. In fact, I can't click anything on the client. Not sure why it started doing that yesterday. Right, okay, so if I send us back down to F deck, see whether it comes down smoothly. I think that's a no. Okay. We can see the doors opening and closing, so that's something. And they're opening and closing in unison, so that's good. Right, okay. So let's have a look at this logic. On the server, we are doing a lift tick. Let's up that to 4 times a second, just to make it nice and swift and prompt. Okay, so that variable was only actually referenced in the tick event, which only the server is running. So it's kind of irrelevant what the client thinks about that anyway. And one could argue it doesn't actually need to be replicated even. So that's definitely multicasting. So this is running on the server. Just to confirm that we do actually have authority on the server there. Good night, Hurricane. Have a good one. Right, okay, so that worked on the client. So if we send it back up then. Right, so the return journey is not working. Right, and I'm assuming, well, no, because I was thinking perhaps it's because because that's not firing, but no, it is. So current deck and destination deck are both set on the server. So we were checking the replicated variable there. Okay, so this is a pre-populated array which the client will have. So it knows what vector to fire the lift at. Okay. So then we set the time. We then move it from there to there. Right, so if we print out our current deck a minute, see whether or not both the server and client agree. The joys of multiplayer. Right, so both the client and the server agree on the location of the lift. Don't know why it just went down really quick for the client, but okay, right. We send it back up. So both the client and the server agree on where the lift is. But we're not seeing it move on the client. And again, both the client and the server agree on where the lift is, so... This might actually be because I'm running it in the editor. I can't think why that would be, because the doors are working, but... Yeah, I can't think of what circumstances would cause that not to work, given that both the client and the server are in sync in terms of the vector. So why wouldn't it move it on the client? I mean, I don't think we need. No, we don't need to replicate the location because we are. We have a local copy that's running on the client, so we don't need to replicate where that is. I don't think it's doing anything crazy. We turn off replication on the lift car. It shouldn't need it. 101 for Estus, yes. Very strange. I mean, if it were a pawn, then moving the object should be server authoritative, but it's not a pawn. And this is a relative movement, not a world position, so again, it should be fine. Like, we don't need to replicate like any other door movement. Again, because it's doing it client side. So we're triggering the movement on the server, but the client moves the door with the server. Otherwise it's really glitchy. Right, let's just get the client in view a minute. Yeah, so they're still getting the super quick lift pop down. Oh, that's interesting. They're not. That is interesting. So it's only replicating the position of the outer doors. Right, so they're not replicating. They are, so if we turn off replication on those, okay. So is that literally just going to stay there for the client? No, it pops to the top. Okay. Well, in that case, if we replicate the movement on those components, and I guess all of that too, because it's all moving, and then make that server only. I mean, are they set to replicate the location? can't specify that separately. It's true. Oh, that's an improvement. Okay, so by not having it do anything on the client, that actually works better. So basically, this does boil down to what is true for pawns, in that you cannot teleport a pawn around if you're the client. You don't have authority to do that. But I thought within an actor, it would have permission to move things around within itself, but clearly not, because that works fine now. Okay, so that means that, yeah, so that executes on server, that executes on server, and that executes on server, so they don't need to be multicast. Right, so I suppose the last test we need to run is, can the client stop the doors from closing? So if I call the lift on the server, and then we switch to the client, helped if we knew where the doors were. Right, so does this stop them from closing? It would appear so. Yep, and I can also catch them mid-close as well. Great. Can I ride the lift with the client? That's another question. Come along, client. Oh, yeah, looking good. Okay, so here's the ultimate test. Did I press it before I sat down? Don't think I did. Oh, yeah, we're good. And we're sliding around a bit, but that's not too bad. Oh no, there's a bit of bouncy. See, this is why we can't take out Ragdoll. Exactly. I can't ever take this out. It would just be a crime against gaming. Everyone can have a lift party. Oh, let me go and get a thing. You're a thing. Come with me. Yeah. So I can't like mash props through the door, so that's good. See whether a prop actually stops the door from closing. Shouldn't do. No, we're good. Okay. Okay, prop, do your worst. That was surprisingly stable. Yeah, could be worse. Yeah, absolutely. Right, okay, so I do believe that is a fixed bug. Do I have a copy of Mantis available? I think I've closed it. There we go. Right, I think we can definitely call this one resolved. Just update my notes a minute. Right, I think there might have been a couple of lift bugs, so there was definitely that one. Oh no, that must have been the only one. Okay. Look how few bugs we have now. We're definitely getting through them. Okay. Well, that does take us up to the 4-hour mark. So before I can put out a build, we have one problem to deal with, and that is the fact that we have a little bit of a issue on the sensors. So we check out again the long range here. So when we click on them, it's not bringing up a description because of the new way that it's generating the data. And again, if we align to the target, it's not automatically populating the data from the selected star. If we click it, it does come up, so it is actually there. That should be the only two things that don't work, and I can't actually test it right now with clients because it doesn't work in editor, but everything else should be working as intended. That's all still there and all still working, so I guess what I'll do is I will put this out as a development build because we've got a couple of things that have broke with the sensors. Is it not Verstus? Oh, okay. So if we do that, I think it is. Now, keep working our way towards the middle. Hang on, let's try that from scratch. Well, it's up to you guys. What do you think? Do you think the sensors are in a state where we can stick them on the pre-release test? This does seem to be updating first, unless you mean this one's not updating. Hang on, let's cause ourselves some pain and set our target to there. Oh, of course, I've set it so you can't teleport to 000 anymore. You can go to like 100 or 001, but it will not allow you to go to 000 because it teleports you inside SAJ and everything falls apart. So hang on, excuse my PC while it dies a minute. Just had to generate a bazillion stars. Right. Okay, yeah, I see what you mean, Firstus. So that should have updated to say that we're in Sat J because we're like there. So if I do that and that, that's the wrong way round. All right, yeah, there's some definite weirdness there. So that should be there. All right, yeah, confirmed broke. Shall add that to the long list of things that I have to fix. Okay, so yeah, all right, I'll put this out and then we'll test it and then we'll see how we go. Hopefully I can get the long range bit done, dusted and fixed quickly. And then it will be nice and slick for both the client and the server, but we shall see. I shall keep plugging away at it tonight. Okay, with that, I would like to say thank you everyone for watching the stream. It's always good to have you, and thanks for sticking with us during the weird copyright strike moment. That was bizarre. Let's hope that doesn't happen again. Right, have a good rest of the week everyone, and I shall see you on Sundays, no I won't, on Wednesday's stream. Right, bye for now.